Alrighty. Hi there. How's everyone doing? Can everybody hear me okay? Alright, let's just make sure the audio is good and that we're getting some good sound. I want to make sure that the music's not too loud and that my voice is real loud. Yeah, I added a second cam. The idea being that I can show y'all stuff. Get a little bit better view of things. You have to get used to where exactly it's sitting. But hopefully it'll let us see a little more of what's going on. Always tech upgrades. It shouldn't be. It might just be because I'm not staring at my mic. We'll try this. I'll try to keep focused on that a little bit. How's now? How's our audio now? Definitely clearer? Okay. So we're just going to keep that in mind. I do have another alternative if I kind of start moving around a little bit more. But this will at least get us going to start. Now, today, we're going to get started. I'm actually going to start with some assembly of some of our collars, or our cuffs in this case is a matching set. We need to put some stitch lines or stitch markings on our pieces and then actually get them assembled with our hardware. Once we do that, I can finally do the rest of the stitching at some point. So let me just get that set up and we'll get going. Okay, first thing we're going to want to do here is we're actually going to make our stitch lines. Now what I typically do is I have this tool right here. See if I can show that to you. Yeah, this tool right here kind of helps me create some grooves, which help me kind of determine where stitch lines go. Now, usually, when I'm setting up for an inch-wide collar, I use 2 of my own business cards, just as a way to determine how wide I want this tool to be. So I just kind of pinch them in between there and tighten the tool down. That gives me a gap that I can really kind of enjoy and utilize most effectively. The next tool that I'm going to use is actually going to be our little awl here. This is just going to be to make some marks in the leather itself so that we can actually see where we're doing, see where we're working, and make sure those lines stay straight and square as best as we can. Try to do this up near the camera here. What I usually do is I will actually take a ruler, and I will typically take my small ruler, I'll match it up with my markings here. And I go about 2/10 of an inch past my holes. In this case, right about there. And then right about there. I'll do that for all of them. For all of these gaps between where my hardware is going to sit. This is mostly just to mark out where the corners of my stitch lines are going to go. Now, through here, do the same thing on the other side. I want them to be as even as we possibly can make them. Do the same thing on this next set here. This just helps us ensure, again, that that stitching is nice and square. And it's going to look really nice when it's actually set up and when it's actually stitched in. Now, you'll see, I don't know what easily it is going to be to see here. You should see some of those markings. From here, we're going to do this with all 4 of them. But I'm going to kind of walk us through this first one, just so you can see what I'm doing. From here, we're going to take this tool that we set up. Just going to kind of set it on top of the leather so that it digs in. Give it a nice pull. Do that again. There we go. There we are. We'll do it one more time for this one. Alright. Now, this is going to be what it looks like. You'll see some of the markings here. I think the glare is not too bad. From here, this allows us to kind of see where we're going to stitch. I typically only do this for hand stitching. I don't do this for machine stitch, mostly because it just doesn't need it, and I can just use a pen. But for hand stitching, this really helps when hole punching the thread holes. I can make sure I stay in line, make sure they look smooth, and make sure they're as even and as nice as possible. Now the nice thing is that these don't have to be perfectly clean because we're going to cover them with stitches. So see that kind of comparison? Should be able to see now the box, a box of where stitching is going to go. So now I'm going to go through, I'm going to just do the rest of these so we can get through these pretty quickly and move on to our next little bit. How's everyone doing this evening? Also, can y'all still hear me okay? Hi Fiddle. How are you doing tonight? Awesome, I'm glad y'all can hear me alright. That's super fair. Definitely worth taking the time, doing a little self-care, finding the things that you enjoy, taking that time to do them, treating yourself to a drink like hot chocolate or something, and generally just being kind to yourself tonight. Alright, I'm almost done with these markings. Go. Hey Jesper, welcome back. We're just getting started, working on creating some stitch lines for some hand sewing later. Finally got my setup a little bit nicer. Didn't have the entire thing crash and delete all my settings, minutes before the event this time. So, They're looking good. Go. Alright, just a couple more of these to go. Alright, here we go. So now we have some good stitch lines to work with. We definitely want to do that before we get into the rest of the assembly, because once we start putting things together, we will have a backing, so this padded backing here. That will kind of be in the way, make it harder to do straight lines. Alright, let me get situated here. We will move on to our next little bit. We actually start putting this all together. We are going to be using some nice black Chicago screws today, because that is the hardware that was requested. Let's see, we also want those. Just checking to make sure I've got the right pieces here for this. We need 8 of those, 8 of our D-rings. also go for these buckles here. In this case, they are a locking buckle, which is always fun. I don't particularly prefer the shape of these buckles. They look a little strange to me. They sit really nicely, but I think I prefer the smoother ones. I can show you my preferred buckles here in just a second, once I get all these out of packaging. I much prefer this style. Yeah. I just think they look nicer. I think they lay a lot nicer on a collar or a cuff, but they unfortunately don't come in the locking variety, so we're going to do what we can. Get a little cozy here. Let me get started on some of this. What I will usually do is I will actually set these off to the side. I'm actually going to cut our backing down first. That's a simple task. It's just a matter of figuring out how long we want, ensuring that the edges are nice and smooth. There we go. That one down. Gives me a place to start. I'll also usually do what I can to kind of round off these a little bit. I don't really round them, I guess. I do more of an angle cut, but it does give it a nice kind of finished look. Hey there, how you doing? Welcome in. Thanks for stopping by. We are just working on a matching cuff set right now. We're starting to put it all together. So I am just now getting the all this in the plates. Just now getting the padding worked out. Measure this out and mark where we want to be. Currently, I want to be right on the second hole here. Put this up a little bit so you can see a little better. I like to be right on the second hole. So we're just going to mark that. This gives a little bit of overlap, but also gives not too much overlap where it kind of gets in the way. So I always try to make the very middle hole in these straps the desired length of the collar, cuff, or whatever I'm working on. Get this on the quick trim. There we go. Yeah, you can probably just catch some of the chat. That is the laptop I'm using to keep track of things. Alright. Do it on both of these. This looks good. So, we'll use that knowledge to mark out and just create a second one right off the bat. I know what length it should be. There we are. Now we'll just clean this up like the other one. There we go. I'll be honest, hot chocolate sounds really good tonight, even though it's a bit warmer. Alright. Just a hair. There we go. Okay. So we've got two of our backing pieces ready. Pretty well identical, pretty close to it. I'm going to start assembling here. Sounds like my neighbors are choosing now to do some construction work, of course. Okay. Here's where this gets a little bit, right? It's cozy leatherworking time. It's not construction time. Here's where this gets a little bit tricky, at least for filming purposes. I want to line up my holes and just have them sit so the edge of the padding is right at the end of the our buckle. And from here, once I have that kind of lined up, I'm actually going to punch a hole through my leather strap. See it right there. This honestly might benefit from zooming in. I might give that a shot here in a second. Let me get this part done first, and then I'll see if I can actually make some adjustments here. Make sure my settings are all right. There we go. Hi, welcome. That is good. Get there. Now, should be able to see, cut through, see if this actually shows up again. Yeah, we've cut through the padding here, so we're ready to start setting it, or insetting the hardware to help hold it all together. Adding the screwdriver here. And change bits because I have the wrong bit in here. Alright. Set this down. that threaded. Yep, still using it regularly. It's a good little tool here. I really appreciate it. Sorka there is the one who actually gave me that screwdriver, and it works pretty well. I highly recommend it. The only thing I don't like about it is I wish I could do kind of a variable speed. Because sometimes I feel like it just goes all power, all speed, and I need something a little bit nicer, a little more variable, a little more controlled. Alright, so our first piece is done. I am going to move over here for a second. I'm basically just going to see if I can adjust, zoom in my camera a little bit so you can see this portion of the screen a little bit better. Alright, I'm going to see if that's a little bit better. Slide over here a little bit, make sure I'm centered. Alright, now that we have these first two bits in, we're just going to kind of start feeding everything else into place. So I'll usually put a D-ring in, then I'm going to kind of cut my next set of holes using my nice little hole punch here. Make sure we're staying nice and lined up. Y'all are ridiculous. I don't even remember or recognize what I said, but y'all are ridiculous. Alright. I mean, that's a mood. Mine's like that too most of the time. Just sometimes I get focused on stuff and then I don't doesn't pick up certain things that I say. Okay. Honestly. Switch over to that. Get a bit of a smaller one here. Yeah, that helps a lot. Okay. Get our next one added here. How's everyone doing tonight? All cozy and settled in? Enjoying your hot cocoa or whatever you're enjoying tonight? I myself am drinking water. Okay. So you can see we've got our first bit of hardware in. Dinner and weed, good choice. Not clear liquor. Also, that's a mood. I have used those water flavorings a lot. Thankfully, I'm in one of those positions right now where I actually enjoy the flavor of the water that I've got, like just naturally. So I've been able to just drink it. But usually I have to go for a flavor as well. go. Now one of the things we will do is we kind of like finish this up, really all of these, once we're done stitching them, which I'm not sure we'll get to stitching on this tonight, but once we're done stitching, I actually go back through and I undo all of these screws, and I add a little bead of super glue into that. Chicago screws are great, I love them, but they do sometimes like to come undone. And while that's perfect if you need to make repairs or do replacements or want to just update the colors, it does mean that sometimes they'll come undone when you don't want them to. And that's a little frustrating. Add our next D-ring in. Go. One more for this bit here. Pieces. Alright, so now we are sitting nicely, nearly done with the assembly of this one. Just gonna punch 2 more holes here. And we're good to go with the last 2 screws here. I mean, make the puns, go for it. I like a good pun. I appreciate it. I appreciate the puns. Keep them coming. I know this line of work, there are plenty to be made. The screw that does not want to succeed. That's fair. Interesting. Okay. Make sure this piece even screws properly. Sometimes you get a couple defective Chicago screws. Go. Just like that, one of our cuffs is set up and ready to go. Woo! 3 more to go. Luckily, the rest should go pretty quick. Now that we have our system worked out and most of our stuff is already out of the table. Hi there! Welcome. Thanks for jumping in. Alright. Gotta remember to keep my hands further away so I can be in the center of the screen here. I'm sure to be able to see what I'm doing. Okay, what's going on with the audio? Is my audio okay? Are we losing some sound or something? Okay. The music is supposed to be pretty faint. Okay. Alright. Let's see. Saturn, if you want to go ahead and poke me about it now, I will look at it when I'm at break. Yep, this is a full green set, black leather, and a teal thread. Kind of fun. Can stand out a little bit. Alright, we're going to get some D-ring going here. Some of the really quiet mic audio I'm realizing might be because I naturally speak quiet. So I'm going to try to do a little bit better. Let me know if this gets any better. And if that's the case, then I just need to project a little bit more. Alright, as soon as I get this cuff done here and assembled, I'm going to work on audio a little bit, see if I can't boost some stuff. I know I can, I've got some stuff turned down at the moment. Let's see if we can't get this mic a little bit louder, just for all of y'all's sake, so you can hear. Love it. My screw does not want to thread properly. Okay, thank you. I'll check it out here in just a second. Swap that out with one. So generally, I tend to punch the size of hole that is either equal to the size of the screw I'm putting in or the rivet, or I will maybe do one size larger, just because I don't want it to be so flush or tight that it doesn't actually seat properly, or is really hard to kind of get seated, so I can unscrew everything in. Are you asking if I pushed someone out a window? I don't think so. I don't think I've ever done that. I will agree, it was a pretty fun word. Alright, last two here. And then we'll go check on that audio, see if I can't boost things a little bit for you. Alright, any day now. lot of these pieces today, and I'm not thrilled by it. There we go. 10 more to go. Alright, that is 2 of our cups finished. And I'm going to go see what I can do about this audio here. Okay. Can y'all hear me now? Is that any better? Okay. Yeah. Is this better? Does this sound clear? Maybe a little less muddied? Perfect. Okay, if it gets muddy again, let me know. I actually think it was the fan that I had on in the background that was triggering the sound gate. So we should be good. But yeah, if it gets quiet again, let me know. If you hear any audio issues, please let me know. I'm still definitely getting this set up, so any feedback would be great. Okay, so now we're going to work on the other set. Yes, I am a baby streamer. I'm just getting the hang of things. So we are still figuring out the audio, especially. Yesterday's was painfully rough. I listened back on some of what I did, and it hurt me a little bit. So I'm hoping this one will be a fair bit better. Mark this down. Alright, so again, I'm just kind of cutting these down to size, getting them ready so we can get them mounted properly. What'd you just realize, Aris? Definitely a solid idea. Feel free to grab some drinks, get cozy, and generally just enjoy the chill vibes. Yeah, say hopefully, I'm glad the sounds are coming through. Hopefully they continue to come through. My little pseudo ASMR mic is set up. Hopefully you're getting some of those leather noises. I definitely love that. Yep, everyone get your drink and or weed of choice and get comfy. Yeah, hopefully the mics are starting to work a little bit better now. I do think it was the fan in the background that was messing with my compression. We're just going to keep going, keep putting the rest of these cuffs together, and then we'll kind of see where we're at and what we want to do next. And of course, if you have any friends, people that you like to share streams with, or who might like a cozier stream, please share this with them. I'm trying to get to affiliate first, just so we can get all the fun features. And then from there, we'll see where it goes. But I'm hoping to do this more regularly. I have plenty of leather work I can do, and I find this a lot of fun and pretty relaxing myself. I can still definitely make them. I am getting closer to kind of finalizing a pattern for those, because I think a flogger would be really fun to make. It's just a matter of getting a pattern that I like, and then of course it's a fair bit of leather, so the investment of finding the right leather at the right price point. Yep, that was the store downtown. you ever meet up with me in person, one of my favorite things to do is take people to leather stores and just geek out about the materials and the tools and stuff there. It's a little bit of a happy place for me. And I like the idea of getting other people interested in all of this. Ooh, okay. Once I get these assembled, we can break out the sewing machine for a few minutes. I'll show it off a little bit. Not quite to the point where I have a project that is using it. Mostly because these existing projects that I'm working on predate me getting the sewing machine and are using threads that don't fit the current needle that I have. So I still have to hand sew these. But the sewing machine is going to be great. It's going to give me a chance to do some bigger projects, some stuff with more sewing involved. That doesn't just kill my hands and make my hand cramp up really bad. It's just going to open a lot of doors. I'm really excited. Go. A couple more pieces for this one, and then one more to go. Here we go. Starting to come together nicely. And it looks like they're making fairly decent time on this. Alright, that's 3 of 4. Let me get this last one done. And then we will take a short break, mostly so I can stretch, but also I can grab the sewing machine and we can just check it out, talk a little bit about it, then we can go work on some of our other stuff. Got a few more things to get done today, so plenty of options. Absolutely need to stand up and stretch. Now, my workstation is usually standing, but for stuff like this, I typically will roll up my chair and sit, which is what I'm doing right now. I just find it's a little bit easier to focus when I'm trying to make sure placement is good. I'm trying to make sure everything's lined up how I want it. Whereas some of my other tasks, like stitching and sewing, specifically the sewing machine, is probably going to be more of a standing task. There we go. There we go. So thinking about streaming and this sort of stuff, I mean, my goal is to have a really chill space where I can do work, talk with people, just kind of have a good time. But I do want to also make this a fun space. I do want to kind of get people involved, try new things. So I'd be very curious if anybody has any thoughts or ideas. Feel free to share them. I can definitely take them into consideration and see about doing them in future streams, or just, you know, seeing if we can't work on some cool stuff. Alright, last few pieces here. Oh, how's that one? How's Goat? I have not seen that one yet. Predictable's fine, so long as it's still enjoyable. So that's good to hear. I'll definitely have to go watch it when I get a chance. All right. Oh gosh. I mean, probably it is a bird. I do like birds. I am a bird. So I would probably resonate with the bird for sure. Oh yeah, I remember us talking about that, Mini. I definitely need to look into that a little bit more too. I got put on hold with every other major thing in my life for a little bit, but I do want to look into that more. I think it'd be interesting to try making something like this without using any leather. Not doing like biothane or one of the standard stuff, but Linothorax would be an interesting way to do it. Alright, there we go. Those are all done now. I might clear that off. Alright, let's get situated here. I'm going to set you over here. So here is the new sewing machine. Hold on just a second. There we are, that's a little better. Put these off to the side here. Take a couple moments, we're going to kind of reset the space. When I don't, things get really messy, really fast. Yeah, this is the sewing machine. I'm really excited to have it. Do a few stitches here just to check it out once I get things set up here. just so it's a little more visible. There we go. Yeah, this is a pretty vintage, not actually a Singer. This is based off the Singer sewing machines. This one is a Universal, hence the nice scripted Universal up here. This one is very similar. It's Japanese made. I believe the pattern for the Singer sewing machine was basically given to Japan after World War II as a means to help them build up their textile manufacturing, and as a result, they're almost identical to the Singer ones. Like pretty much all the parts are interchangeable, all the workings are the same, and yeah, this thing is a tank. It can definitely sew through leather. We're going to grab some scrap and probably work with this piece of padding here. Just kind of get an idea of what this looks like and how it sews. This is an electric sewing machine, so I could plug it in. However, this one is, when I'm sewing leather, especially thicker leather or multiple layers, I find doing it by hand is way more reliable. And yes, it is very dense. It is basically all steel. Alright, so we're going to play with a little bit of leather here. This is some of my white scrap leather and some of my back padding. Now, this is about as thick as I ever want to sew with this machine. It is good at sewing leather, but it is not a leather sewing machine, if that makes sense. So we want to be a little more fragile with it on thicker leathers, and we're just going to see how we do. So we're going to start with a couple back stitches here, just to get the ball rolling. Make sure we're all situated right. So I'm doing this more just to show off this sewing machine rather than to actually like stitch with it. This is just some scrap stuff. This helps me kind of calibrate the machine as well. So in this case, this is not going to be a saddle stitch. Go back with a couple back stitches here. And then push through and go forward. One of these days I will have a camera set up where we can really kind of look at this and watch. Now, because this machine is secondhand, it does have some little quirks with that thicker stuff. Really, I think the foot is slightly out of alignment. I really need to go through and adjust it, which is why it catches sometimes. Thanks for coming by, Zaris. We'll see you next time. Have a good night. We're just going to be here working on this stuff. All right. so the main thing where did I find the sewing machine? I found it on Facebook Marketplace from a guy who actually refurbs these. So got it for a relatively good deal, and it does work pretty well. Yeah. So you can see here, hopefully, that we have a pretty nice stitch here, front and back, nice and stitched up. The tension's actually pretty good on this one, so I'm pretty pleased with this. Definitely would want to probably have this leather be slightly thinner. Not necessarily thickness and width, but thinner for the padding and the width of the leather itself. Mostly just because there's not a lot of overlap, or padding doesn't stick out past it too much. But yeah, this is a good sign. This is what I would do for any sewing project, is going to be create what's called kind of a stitching dog. This is going to give me an idea of any tensioning or adjustment. And it's just going to allow me to kind of figure out what settings I need to have in order to ensure that the stitch is all really good with the machine when we get started with the project. Now, today we're not going to do much with the sewing machine. I just want to kind of show it off. But I do think it's a really cool machine, and I'm excited to use it in future projects. So you'll definitely be seeing more of it. For now, though, we are going to go ahead and move it back out of the way. Just because we have other stuff to work on. There we go. So yeah, I'm going to take a quick break, just for a minute or two, just to run to the bathroom, and then we will get started on our next little bit. So thank you guys so far, and look forward to doing some more stuff. I think next up we are, let's see what we're doing next. Next up, I think I actually want to go back to our satchel strap. We dyed it yesterday. We're going to check it and see how it's turning out. And if that dye looks good, we're going to start cutting it down to size and getting it ready for burnishing and eventual finishing for my client. So I'll be back in like 3 or 4 minutes. Okay, chat, I'm back. And we have a fully dyed satchel strap, and I'm actually really pleased with how the color turned out. So we are going to work on getting it cut. So excuse me while I kind of do some just kind of adjustments and make sure that I've got the right measurements and we're making it to the right specifications. Okay. Thank you for the welcome back. There. Okay. About 1 inch wide, 10¼ inches long here. Just going to make some marks here so I kind of know where my end is. I'm effectively making a replacement satchel strap for a client here that is basically requesting a identical match to the one that broke. So my goal is to make sure these measurements are right, make sure everything looks good, and make sure that it's just a good piece of kit for the person who ordered them. So looking at the photos here, it looks like I actually want to go back about another ½ inch to 1 inch. Here, this is effectively where our angle is going to come in. We'll kind of measure out here in a minute. Now, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to use one of my existing patterns to kind of give me my width, because I know that the end of this needs to be 1 inch wide, and the main strap is a total of 1½ inches. So I am just going to kind of make sure that this is nice and centered. And then we're just going to go from the mark all the way down here. Double checking that we stay centered. Just going to mark it with my silver pen here. There we go. There we are. So that's going to be our line. We're going to do the same thing on the other side now. Measure out 10 1/4, about right here. Check that. Make sure we're right on the money. We are. Get that first mark. Back about 1/2 inch to make our second one. Then we give this a nice mark here, again with that silver pen. There we go. Just like that. Get these angles done. So we have a nice taper. Just like that. Then the same thing down here. There we go. Alright, so our lines are made. Now we get to do the cutting. Get these tapers first. Go. There we go. Kind of clear this up a little bit, make sure we cut all the way through. Move this the other way, just so it's a little easier for me. Just a nice, smooth cut, just like that. All the way to the edge. Then up the taper. Make sure they're connected. And then there we go. Then we'll finish up the taper down here. There we go. We'll clean that up a little bit more. There we go. We got a nice taper, nice strap in there. Do the same thing on the other side. Get it kind of cut back, looking nice, ready to go. Now, this is definitely one of the easier projects that I've got right now, but I really like being able to do like repair work and stuff that helps people use items that they love and they want to keep using for longer than I think most manufacturers would want them to use them. So I love being able to repair stuff. Love the opportunity to make sure I can make something that's nice and someone will really appreciate it. There we go. There we go. That was fun. Make sure that's nice and tight again. There we go. Alright, just a couple more quick cuts here. We're going to move on to marking and punching holes for this. Here we are. Yeah. So you can kind of start to see the shape that this is going to take. You know, each one of these on one end of a satchel strap, or one end of a satchel bag. And it should be a really nice replacement piece for them. If you're just getting back or just joining in for the first time, hi, my name's Birdie, I'm a leather worker. I am really just trying out streaming for the first couple of times, and really excited to do it, having a good time, and really liking kind of the chill vibes, like being able to chat with people, let people kind of see what I'm doing, maybe teach about it a little bit, and generally just kind of share the craft that I enjoy and love. I would appreciate anybody sharing or following, anything that we can do to get me closer to an affiliate level, because then we can do some fun stuff, you know, chat rewards, stuff like that. It would be really fun to kind of add to this. Until then, I'm happy to just chat with y'all and enjoy you know, working on these projects. Yeah. Next up, our hole spaces are 3/4 of an inch between them. So we're probably looking at about 1 inch from hole center to hole center. So we're going to start by marking all of that, kind of getting a feel for where we're at, making sure we're in the center of everything, and going from there. Now, I should see how many holes they originally had. Alright, so it looks like we're at 10 total holes, and it is actually 3/4 of an inch between center and center. So we'll get those marked up. It also looks like they start about 3 inches in. Get a little more centered here for you. Three in. There. 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 So let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, that's 5. All right. So we'll repeat that. So here. Here. 1/4. And at the 6. 1, 2, 9. So we'll go one more, which would be 2 3/4, and that's right there. Okay. So that's where we're at. Typically, what I will do, I will find our first hole here, recognize that we were not centered when I was marking those, but I can use my existing patterns to kind of find my circle and to make sure that they're centered. So we're just going to go down the line and do that for each one of these. So you can see, hopefully you can see in the light some of the markings there. Now we've got some nice centered markings. I'll show it to the other camera when we get the rest done. And one more to go. There we go. So that's all of our holes punched, or at least marked up. Probably see them in the light a little bit. All nice and even. So we're going to do the same thing we just did with the other side now, just so you can see a little bit here. If the lighting will work, I need to get another light for this little side mic. Or the side camera, because it's a little shaded with the way my lighting's set up. But yeah, yes, holes. Alright, we're going to do the same thing. So we're just going to go up 3 inches from the end here, roughly in the middle. With our starting hole. Then go up and just add the 10 holes we just did on the other side. So here, here, there, here, move our ruler up, then we'll do it again. Here, 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 and one more right here. Alright, that should be our 10 holes marked there. Now we're just going to give them a little more definition. But what I'm doing to do this is I'm finding the little mark I just made with the ruler, putting it in my pattern right in the center of the hole, at least center on the side in this case, and then I'm drawing the circle the rest of the way. And the pattern is going to help ensure that I am in the center. So when I go to punch these holes are all located where I want them, and they're all pretty even. Alright, a couple more to go. Double check, make sure I'm still centered. Looking good. Two more to go. And just like that, our holes are pretty well marked. Now, I'm going to double check this because it looks like I might have gotten one wrong here. Yeah, that one was off by just a little bit. I'm going to take that and do a bit of an adjustment here. Hi there! Thank you for following. Glad you're here. We're just making some leather stuff. In this case, we're doing a satchel strap that is replacing one that got broken. Now, the reason I love this silver pen, and the reason I ordered it, is because it's very easy to get off of the leather. It'll stick around, but when I make a mistake like this, rather than being a permanent mark, you kind of just scrape it off. And I can do that on both the back side of the leather and on the front side. And so it's a really nice piece. Now, what we're going to do next is we're going to actually start cutting these holes, and then we'll kind of be at a stopping point for this particular project. Unless y'all want to watch burnishing. Hi Nova, awesome, so glad you could stop by. Unless we want to do some burnishing, which I'm not sure I necessarily want to do. I did a fair bit of it earlier. There's other stuff I can work on, so we might do that off stream, and then come back to this for the finishing touches. But give me just a second, and then we are going to punch these holes and go from there. Yeah, I'm not sure I want to do burnishing hell, I'll be honest. Not tonight. Alright. This part's pretty simple. We're just going to use the same tool I was using earlier. So, just my simple hole punch. We're just going to go through. Because I'm well centered, I'm just going to make sure I stay centered as I go, but this should go pretty quickly. just like that. Alright, that's one side just about done here. Like I said, this part goes pretty quick. These holes look pretty good. I'm pleased with that myself. Do the same thing on this side, and then we'll call this portion done. We can move on to some other things. Hope everyone's doing well. Either nice and cozy for the night, or at least generally taken care of. Any games anyone's been playing recently? I haven't played it yet, but there's a new game called Flocking Around that I am really interested in. Basically a friend swap bird watching game. Looks really dumb and really cute. So, yeah. Definitely need to pick that one up and give it a try. Alright, just like that, we are pretty well done with this portion. I am glad to hear you played it, and that it's pretty neat. Friend slots are fun. I don't usually have enough people to play with. Just historically have not been on at the right times for my friends to play with me. But I definitely want to give it a try sometime. And if I do, I might actually stream it, because that would be a lot of fun too. Okay. Next up, let's see what's on my agenda here. Ooh, okay. So the next thing that we need to do is we need to get started on another collar. This is a newer order that came in. So we are going to actually cut the raw leather and get the whole process going. The first thing I need to do is probably move the sewing machine off of the table so we have a little more room to put away some of my other tools. I mean, I'd definitely be up to play with you sometime. Do some chill games. Be nice. Alright, grab this. Now we're going over here. Yeah, I think it'd be a whole lot of fun. More traditional Twitch stuff, but I think it could be a good occasional thing to do on here, just to do a change of pace. Just to play some games, and to just try some fun stuff. Since we're cutting directly from the roll of leather, I'm going to adjust my leather strip cutter here. We're looking at that. Reset that, give it a quick measure, make sure we're right on the 1 inch mark, which we are. Now we're going to get it installed back over here. We can pull up our leather and get it a strip cut. Speaking of bird watching, I love the music right now is basically it's just bird chirps. This is such a good playlist. Alright, so we're going to use this nice navy leather this time. I'm actually going to flip it the other way. I don't want to damage the nicer side of it. And this, doing it the other way with this particular piece of leather sometimes leaves marks on it. Yeah, I remember the horned owl chapter is really good too. Alright, so we'll slide this in, get it seated properly. And we're just going to start feeding this leather through. Make a nice, even 1 inch strip of leather. Oh. Go. Just like that, it should be about there. Cut the last little bit off here. There we go. Double check our width here. Make sure we're pretty well on track for 1 inch. A little bit of play is fine, but we don't want to be, significantly off of that 1 inch width. Okay. Now, we've got this laid out. See this nice kind of deep navy here. We're going to do this. Now, this is one of the newer collars that I've got. So consequently, it was done after I got the sewing machine, or at least it was ordered. I believe I have a nice blue to work with today. I recognize I'm facing away from the camera, or away from the microphone too, so you may not have heard any of that. We have a nice royal blue to work with. These two look identical in color. Do I have a lighter one? I don't think I have a lighter blue. And the reason I'm looking for a lighter blue is because a customer has requested a more standard blue, which in this case is going to be this color because they would like it to pop. So I might actually be hand stitching this one, as much as I would like to sewing machine it, just because this blue is a little bit too dark to utilize for what the customer wants. But that's okay. Put those out for later. Put the rest of these away. And then we will get started. Okay, so the first thing that we're going to want to do is make sure that our length is right, so we're starting marking our holes. So just like we did with the satchel strap, we're going to kind of go through this with the silver pen and the pattern that I have, and we will make it look good. Now this one is going to have our rainbow hardware here. This is that nice anodized hardware. Let's see if I can get a better close-up for you. Yeah, a little hard to see from that angle. You might see it a little more clearly from that angle. Very gay hardware. Yes, we are all here for the gay hardware. So, I'm going to line this up right with the end of this leather strap here. And use the 20 mark as my marking point for center or for end of piece here. Because I'm looking for a specific measurement. Get these marked in. Just like that. Now, make sure this is straight. I mean, the collar is not going to be straight, because as we saw, gay hardware. But we want to make sure that this piece of leather is straight so we can get this working. Bibble, thank you again. I hope you get some good sleep and it actually works this time. Thank you for stopping by and for watching with me. I should be streaming again on Monday. It will be a daytime stream. This one will be probably from like 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. PST. And then I will try to do Wednesdays and Thursdays in the evening. I might do some pickup stuff. I'll post it on Blue Sky, Tumblr, wherever else I can kind of think of, and share that so people can enjoy it. But for the most part, those 3 days are going to be kind of my weekly schedule for now. If I change that, I'll let y'all know. But yeah, thanks for stopping by. 18.5. Usually add a 1/2 inch for the padding to account for that. So I want my middle circle, my middle dot or hole punch, to be right at the measurement of where the customer wants. The reason I do this is because I want it to be as adjustable as possible. I've learned over time that bodies don't always stay the same, and so having adjustability in tightness, especially if you're feeling a little bloated or just not like you normally are, you can still utilize this stuff pretty comfortably. So adjustability is really important to me. Okay, so those are our marks out here. Now we need to find the center. It looks like I am sitting right on about 16 inches. So we're going to go in 8 to 28 here. That's my center. We make our center marks for the D-rings right here. And just like that, our marks are done. We can start punching the holes. And cutting, because we'll need to cut the excess off here. Now there are really nice hole cutters or hole punches that give you that nice rounded end. I only have the round ones, not the kind of pointed rounded edges. So I tend to still do these by hand. They're very doable. You just gotta have kind of a smooth hand. So we cut to that point. Do the same thing in reverse here. And so long as you get pretty close, when we go through and burnish those edges, smooth them out, it's going to make that look even better. But yeah, that makes it easier to insert into the buckle, and it also just tends to look nicer. Now the rest, we're basically just going to use the hole punchers, and then for the buckle hole, we will actually use the big press. Just going to go through now. Give these some good presses. Yep, welcome everybody, anybody who's new. I appreciate you stopping by and just watching me do my craft. As always, I'm still new to streaming, so if you notice any sound issues, please let me know. Some of it is just going to be me, because I'm, not facing the mic or something, but I'd still like to know about it so I can learn and get better. But otherwise, feel free to get cozy and comfy, and just enjoy your time. There we go. Doing good here. Just got a few more to go here. And there we are. That's all of those. Just clean off some of this little offcuts here. My leather confetti, if you were. So, fun fact, in my store online, I do actually have little bags of leather confetti, just as a fun little treat, because it can be enjoyable to throw at people. I don't know. It's just leather confetti, and it's a good way to get rid of some of the excess that I have, because I make plenty of it. Okay, so we're going to grab our press now. We are going to do the last bit of hole cutting here. So bear with me, as this is probably going to get a little bit loud. Get this into place here. There we go. Alright, so you should be able to see the press itself. We're not doing a whole lot. You should be able to see from the top kind of the actual press. So what we're going to do is we're going to start with this one, and I think we might actually lengthen it by putting another one in. So we have a broader hole punch for the buckle to go through. There we go. Yeah, so we'll go one more over here, line that up nicely. There's the owl track. Yeah, there we go, just like that. So you can see here, now we have a nice kind of slot for our buckle piece to sit in. Slide that back now, so we aren't going to need it for a while. Alright, so that's as simple as that. That is all the cutting that we need to do for the collar itself right now. I do need to put the marks in for the stitch lines. We can do that next. We can also pull out another roll of leather and we can start cutting the padding. So we need to do padding for both this and for the anklets that we've been making. So we might do the stitch lines first, and then come back and do the padding for both this collar and the Valkyrie anklets at the same time. All right. Then sitting for a while, maybe get up and take a quick stretch break, grab some water, grab a drink, something warm maybe if you're cold, maybe a little snack, and then come back, enjoy some more cozy leather work. Hoo-hoo. But that is what the owl will do. So again, what I'm doing here is just lining up, making some simple marks so that I can ensure that lines that I make for stitching are even and look good. We want them to be square and even all the way across, so that way our stitching looks really good. And in just a second I can show you what I mean by that. We did some earlier. And I can also show you what the finished product looks like after using that, which will help visualize what I'm talking about when I say it's helps keep those stitches nice and squared. There we go. Right. So here's another example. This is one of the collars that's actually available in my store right now. White with rainbow. I really enjoy it, but you can see how straight those stitches are and how nice that box makes. That is because we're marking these out beforehand and ensuring that that's going to be a nice smooth line. There we go. All right, making good progress here. Now these aren't going to be as visible as, say, the green leather that I did earlier, but I can bring that back out and show you how this tool kind of helps ensure that this line that I'm making always stays the right distance away from the edge of the leather itself. All right, there we go. Do the same thing here, but for these ends. There we go. There we go. Just like that, that's ready for stitches whenever we're ready to get them. As a reminder, it's a little more visible on the green leather here. You can see those lighter green boxes. But the navy, it's there too, just not quite as visible. And yeah, that's just going to help guide me when I'm punching the holes for the thread. Now again, I don't think we're going to go to burnishing hell tonight, so we're going to put this aside, not do any more with the strap piece here, and we're going to work on the padding behind it. Mini Golf, have a good night, sleep well. Thank you so much for coming by. I really appreciate it. Alright, let's get some of our comfort leather. Okay, a little space here. Try to make sure we're nice and even all the way through. Move strap cutter here. Just get it out of the way for the time being. So we need all of this space. Okay, we need X-Acto. That. Now, the way we do this, can't really strap cut this because it needs to be wider than my strap cutter will go, at least reliably. And this is also a very soft leather, which means the strap cutter does not like to cut it. It's too pliable, too malleable. So what we're going to do instead is we're going to use our small measurement. It is super soft. One of the favorite bits about the collars that I make is that I really try to make them soft and comfortable. So this material right here is the same material that is the padding back for these cuffs and the collars. They're very comfy, very soft, very much something that is going to be designed for wearing for a long time or just enjoying. Like, I use them as daily wears. It's just something that's not going to chafe or be uncomfortable. So we need to make it though. So, and unfortunately, I don't usually do I just do one sheet. I actually do rolled edges, which also helps keep the comfort even better. It also helps keep the leather nicer for longer. To do that, we're going to need to make some marks. We're going to go 2.5 inches up, make some marks with our silver pen, and then we're going to draw a straight line all the way across. Then we're going to cut. That's right, comfy is great. I am a big fan of comfy. So I'm just going to go all the way down the leather, creating several lines that are 2.5 inches. This is going to give me kind of some directional lines for my larger ruler, so I can make sure we are straight. They are definitely, they can be for both. Most of my clients tend to be for people, for wearing for people. However, I have made dog collars before, actual animal dog collars, and I do try to make them to a similar quality because I want anybody who wears them, person or animal, to enjoy it. That said, with dog collars, things like this back padding get a little bit simpler because the fur on dogs actually helps kind of provide that padding, so it doesn't need to be as detailed or as comfy focused as it is for a person. But yeah, so we're going to grab my larger ruler. Also, welcome if you just dropped in. Thanks for saying hi and for asking your question. I appreciate it, and I'm glad people have questions. I like answering them. I like talking about this and about my process. So I appreciate it. We're just going to give this a nice silver mark all the way down. One of the things I failed to do in this one is I need to actually do a center line as well. And I'll explain why here in just a minute. Once I make sure back on track here. There we go. Grab my other ruler again, which I just mindlessly set down and don't remember where I put. Where did I put you? Oh, there you are. Okay. So the other thing we want to do is we want to add a center line here. The reason being is that we want to fold this over on itself to create those rolled edges. So we need a line to work with so we can see that. And I've noticed that once you put glue down, it's a lot harder to tell that center line easily if you don't have a mark in. So we'll do this real quick. Oop. Couple more lines here. And one more here. There we go. That's a great question. Most of my early stuff was collars, and so it winds up being the majority of the stuff I get orders for. But I do a variety of different things. I do make paddles. I do done, I think, one crop before, and I'm looking into floggers and other stuff like that. But I'm also looking at, I've done like corset belts, which are really nice, and I can make them really fancy. And then I've also done, I'm working on harnesses right now. It's like chest harnesses and whatnot. I do a wide variety of things, but collars tend to be my mainstay, mostly because it's what people want. But yeah, I typically will do just about anything, so long as I have a chance to kind of build a pattern for it and work on it. I'm open to fully like customize and custom commissions. It's just the day-to-day, people tend to want collars the most. There we go. Oh yeah, I do cast iron pan holders. Can't forget about that. That's been a fun one. Of course, I turn away from the mic again. That's been a really fun one. I actually have some unfinished ones right here. So these, once I stitch everything up and finish cleaning everything up, this will be a cast iron pan holder, front and back. They basically sit on the handle. Got this nice burn guard on the edge. So they're nice. They work well. I use one every day when I cook with cast iron. And I do a wide variety of other stuff. Another thing I'm starting to work on is watch bands. So this will be eventually will be a watch band for an Apple Watch, and I'm excited to get this one finished, get it fully patterned out and looking good. I think it's going to be a really cool piece. Also, that's so fair. A pet is a big responsibility, whether that pet is a person or an actual animal. So maybe start with a cast iron, and then decide if you want to go up from there. Oh, sour candy. It's the best. Love it. Okay, so we have this nice, really, really long piece of leather now. Now what we're going to do is we are going to cut this down to rough size, usually add about 1 inch, And then we're going to actually glue it. We're going to use a type of cement glue, and I'll kind of walk you through that process. And then we'll do it all again for the anklets. So first thing we'll do, I'm going to go ahead and cut off this end here. There we go. Be about there. We're going to be right here in the second one. Give that a little bit of a mark here. And we're just going to take my small ruler here as an edge. Take our X-Acto knife. Just actually going to go out an inch. Because I did say I wanted a little excess. I'd always prefer to have a little bit of excess, mostly because sometimes when you fold these over on themselves, the edge doesn't look great, and so cutting it back helps make it look nicer. There we go. So here's our piece of leather we're going to use for this collar. Put the rest away as a future piece that we can use. I get enough collars that it's totally normal for me to want to save that because I will use it again. Alright, so we are going to grab some stuff, start setting up for this. There we go. All right. Now, this is what we're going to use. This is barge. It is a all-purpose liquid cement. Show it in the light a little bit so you can see it. It's pretty good stuff. That said, it does have an odor, not particularly safe to breathe. So we want to do this in a well-ventilated area. Or in this case, I'm going to have my respirator on. So I might not be super understandable here for a few minutes, but this should only take about 5 minutes at the most. We love and appreciate PPE. Okay, I don't know if you can hear me alright. Is that coming through? It seems like it might be coming through. So, this is me with the respirator. I don't know how clear it is, but we're going to give this a go. I'm going to pull my chair up, get a little comfy. Okay, the main thing we're looking for is just kind of even coating on this. So we're just going to take our time, make sure that we get an even coat, and we're going to actually let it dry a bit until it's tacky. We want to paint this blue all the way to the edge. Try to get an even coat all the way through to help ensure that it is the most adhesive it can be when we fold it in on itself. Alright. Looking good here. Show a nice even there. Get a nice turn and close it. Is that what I said? Isn't muffled enough? That's what I said. Bark, bark, Saturn's a very good dog. Okay. Alright, we let this go tacky for just a few minutes. Probably not even a few minutes, just like maybe a minute more. Then we're going to fold it in on itself, and we're going to let it dry. Alright. Give this a go now. You see why I have a center line marked in here? Because I'm folding not all the way across, but only to the center line. You get a nice rounded edge on both sides.
Just like that. We'll do the next bit over here. Go back this way. What I will usually do is flip it around. Yeah, thank you. Night. Have a good night. Thank you so much for jumping in and saying hi and hanging out for this evening. Hope to see you again. Yeah, have a good night. Rest well. Alright. Here we go. Just gonna set that up. And the last thing that I do is I take my maul here and give this a good flatten. Roll it both directions. You're going to help flatten and really help that glue adhere, and also just give us a nice uniform setup for this piece of padding. Just like that, we have another piece of padding ready to go. I'm going to let this dry, and we'll be good. Just for the visual sake, this is kind of what we're looking at. A nice navy blue and black. It's going to kind of blend in on itself pretty well. With that blue thread. This thread followed by the rainbow hardware. It's going to look really nice. Thank you so much for the follow, Matcha. Also welcome. Thanks for coming by. Alright. We are going to set that aside now. And we're going to set this to the side. I'm going to take my respirator off for a little bit, now that we don't have glue just around. Thank you for stopping by, Matcha. And also, I get it. The depression is always fun.
Alright, that's a little bit better. Probably a little clearer too. Pull all of this stuff out of the way, because we are going to start cutting the next bit of leather. Now this next one's going to be a bit interesting because it is for our anklets. Which are these. I did a little more work on them today. We aren't huffing cement glue. I'm wearing a respirator for it. I just had it on. We were just using it. But yeah, did a little work on these today. Mostly burnished the edges. And what we can do is we are going to put the rest of these on, my actual grommets here. We can do that for the other three. But for this padding, we need to pad this line right here, this kind of rectangle. Now, the challenge is figuring out exactly how I want to do that. This is one of those things that I never actually patterned all the way out. I don't know the number exactly. So we are going to do a quick measurement. It's just over 3 inches. So we'd be looking at 6 inches wide, probably 6.5 when we account for the roll. No, it'd be 7 when we account for the roll, because we're using the durable leather, which is a little bit thicker, a little less malleable. So we're going to do 7 inches. We'll probably do some test fit, some test stuff, see if that works, see if it looks good, and then we'll glue it down. Alright, we get the leather. Okay, this leather's a little bit different. It is not nearly as soft as the leather we were just using, but it is significantly more water resistant. So that's the interest we have here. And I'm going to take a moment here, straighten out some things. I try to keep a really nice straight edge on all of this leather so it makes cutting and measuring easier. But sometimes the leather shifts, you get little pieces and little bits that just don't quite line up. It's never a bad thing to go back through and just square our lines up again. Should be a little bit better now. Yep, okay. Get a little bit better about that. Okay. So the fun part is we've got to go up pretty far on this one. We need to go up to 7 inches. We do the same thing I did with the last bit of padding. I'm just going to cut a rather large strip of here, and then we'll cut it down to size where we want it. And see if that is actually what we want. 3.5 is my center line. Do that. Hope y'all have been having a good evening. I know I have. This is a lot of fun for me. I enjoy just chatting with people and talking about what I do. I can kind of blather on about it forever. It's why in my past life I was an educator, an informal educator. So I like talking. So I'm happy to be here and chatting with y'all. I hope you are enjoying it as well. Okay. There we go. It's marked up. Glad to hear that. I'm glad y'all are enjoying it. Just listen to the nice sounds of leather being marked and cut, my voice, and the nice chill music in the background. go. Looking good here. There we go. All right. Yeah, the Bappy paws are difficult to type with. If you haven't gotten up in a little while, maybe get up and stretch. That's what I'm doing right now. Make sure to drink some water. Line this up. There we go. One nice cut there. Alright, just like that. That's cut now. Set this leather aside. Set that leather aside and start working with what we have. First thing I want to do, try to kind of clean up these ends here. There we go. Okay, so now let's pull these back out for a second. See what we're looking at here. Ideally, yeah, we are pretty good there. The idea is just like the others, we kind of want to look at folding these in half. might just be perfect, to be honest. That is good to see. So, the next step is just going to be cut these down to size. Put it in there. Right at 29.5 inches. So, sorry, 9.5 inches. And we're going to give ourselves a little bit of excess here. So the last thing we want to do is cut too short and not have enough. Cut more. There we go. One piece down. Yes, it's definitely measure once, cut twice, throw a piece out, measure twice, and still cut it wrong. That is accurate. That happens way more often than I'd like. But we do our best to not do that, because I don't like wasting materials when I can help it. The good news is we still have plenty. I could make 2 more of these with this piece. So if we do mess it up, we have excess. Alright. We have these 2 pieces. We are going to start to glue these down. Put this back over here. Now what's going to be interesting here is whether these are going to stay. This durable leather is a little bit interesting. It sometimes doesn't like to glue very well right at the start, and so a lot of times I'll have to put some significant weight on it. So we're going to see how it works tonight. I have some options for weights. We just might have to figure that out as we go. For now, though, get seated. Going to get my respirator back on here in a second. And we are going to try to glue these up. Yep, I have actually 3 boxes of offcuts that I go back through every once in a while to see if I can reuse, or alternatively, use in an existing project. It's really helpful having the laser engraver, because I can do a lot of small projects with that. Yep, boot charms. Lots and lots of boot charms. Okay, hopefully y'all can still hear me, even if it's a little muffled. I'm going to put a hefty helping of glue on here. We're definitely going to let this one dry a little bit before we actually try to fold it, because the more tacky and kind of dry it is, the better it tends to stick.
This little corner out. There we go. Put that aside for a minute. There we go. I can get over here too. There we go. Nice and evenly coated here. We'll set that back. I'll put that out here. And see if we can't get this to fold this way. Yeah, that's looking really good. Get some of this wood. There we go. Like that, one of them is done. One more to go. There we are. Looking good. Just press down there. Had a good roll. Alright. That's looking pretty good. Now, in a moment of truth here. Yeah, that's actually almost exactly what I'm looking for. Get it right up under the camera here. See that I'm generally looking for that kind of lip right off the edge here on both sides. Yep, sometimes there's a lot of honey strings. In this case, there really wasn't that much. I'm actually pretty pleased with that. So, yeah, these are done. I'm going to set them aside to dry. Really pleased with how these turned out. Alright, just gonna give it a couple minutes to dry out a little bit. Doing pretty good. I might take a quick 5-minute bathroom break. We'll be back in just a couple minutes. And we'll be on for probably about another 30 minutes or so. We'll see if I get in the swing of things and let's go on a little bit later. But my planned time for the ending was 11. So we'll probably get 1 or 2 more things done today and then call it. But yeah, I'm going to go on a quick break in the bathroom. You should do so too. Grab some more water, grab another snack. Whatever's more enjoyable and tasty.
Alright, I am back. We have just a little bit left to do. We are going to assemble the anklet grommets. As I showed earlier, I have one done already. Whoa, 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 whoa. Can you hear me? Is everything okay audio-wise? Oh, you know what? It's a fan. 1 second. Alright, that should be a little bit better. Probably sound a little bit clearer, a little less muddy at least. Also, I recognize, sure, it's just being silly too. Okay, so got a couple more of these to do. I need to remember where I put that. So these grommets here are pretty simple. They're actually just a specific size of shower curtain or curtain rod grommets. And so we are going to just we're just going to adjust our holes here because I know I didn't quite make them big enough last night. So we need to mark and kind of cut those again, just to make sure they fit. Make sure that's nice and centered. Do a quick mark. On the inside. Oh, it's that time of night, isn't it? All right. So this is where just gotta carefully cut here. Okay, look. We're talking about these anklet holes, specifically. Go. Now, I'm not trying to make this, oh my gosh, chat is going wild. I am trying so hard to stay on topic. Not worried so much about making this incredibly smooth or really like a perfect cut, because none of this is going to be visible. All I'm worried about is just making sure that everything is ready to go so I can put the grommets on. Another pass here. And what we're going to do is we're going to learn from my mistake last time, or rather this time, the next one. I'm going to cut from the back side of the leather, because we're actually going to get better cut that way, I think. There we go. All right, it's one set done. Now we'll do the last two. Now the way these work is once we get that padding on, this is basically going to slide in between that and you slide around an ankle and they just kind of sit there. So that's an anklet. In falconry, obviously these are much smaller, but these are one of the primary ways that we work with birds. So this is a pretty standard design. This is an Alamari anklet. And yeah, we just made it supersized. Okay, this time, like I said, I'm going to learn my lesson. Do this from the backside. There we go. Do this again over here. We are hitting it from the back. Oh my gosh. Let's see if we have reached the the unhinged puns time of this stream. There we go. There we go, that was much easier to cut. This time around, doing it the right way. All right. Almost through this part. And we're gonna put these pieces together. There we go. Slowly work this into place now. In the future, what I should do is I should make the pattern just slightly bigger for these holes, and this would be a lot easier. But we're getting there. Here we are. Give that another nice press. And then look at that. Got one more in. Just one more to go. Doing this one the wrong way. You can tell it's getting late, and I've been going for a while, so I start making little mistakes like that. Looks like I want to cut a little bit more out of this one. There we go. There we go. There. Okay. There we go. There we are. Alright, the grommets are all set. So now all that's going to be left to do for this is going to be taking that padding on the back, probably glue it into place. Then we're going to punch our holes and stitch it. Now, this one, not yet sure if I'm going to do a machine stitch yet. I probably will if I get the chance. I need to pick up some yellow thread to do it. That is one thread that I don't have right now. So that might be a next week project, but happy where we're at on this. All right, well, that's about all I wanted to cover today. I could do a little more stitching, but I'll be honest, I'm pretty tired. I think this is probably where I'm going to wind up for the day. Thank you all so much for coming out, for just hanging out with me, and generally just being good. I will be back online streaming again on Monday. I'm probably going to be doing a daytime stream, so I think like 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Just give that a go. And then I'll be back again Wednesday and Thursday, same time from 7 to 11 Pacific Standard Time, doing the same sort of stuff. One of these days I might change things up and do a game stream. There's definitely some fun, simple games I want to play. But for the most part, we're going to keep working on some leatherwork, keep talking along those ways, and have a good time. So again, thanks y'all. Have a good evening, and I will see you next time.